Board of Supervisors of Supervision Systems now called to order. And before we go on, I'd like to ask Reverend Gann if he would not give the invocation.
Good, great. It's holy, turn God our Father, how we bless your name. Oh, thank you for the purpose of the journey that you blessed us. Thank you for bringing all of our board members personnel safely and together to this campus. We pray the blessing on customers, system, customers, family. Even as we go with registration on various campuses, we pray that you guide our students and wherewithal to be there, that they can enter into this institution and we prepare them to be useful citizens. Bless not this board. Pray that we may deliberate in them. They realize that we don't have power except that you allow us to have. Pray now for our children as we this meeting. Ask that each board member would understand that even when we disagree, we will not become disagreeable. Maybe take the high road, take self out of the equation, do that which is in the best interest of this university. Pray for our president in a very special way. President Obama, as he guides this country through these turbulent times, pray for his family. And I ask now, even in the world that we go through so much, and they say, we know that you are the answer. And we look down to the hills from which cometh all of our help, knowing that our help does not come from DC nor from Baton Rouge, but that our help comes from you. Thank you for the history we have with you. We know what you've done one time, you can do again. Our hope is in you. In the name of your precious Son, Jesus, I pray. Amen.
I'll take a moment of personal privilege to remind all of you of the tragedies that have occurred in South Louisiana, Central Louisiana, over the past week. Many members of our family, the families of Grambling and other universities throughout the state are doing a great deal. With all of the flooding that's taking place, people out of their homes in need. And ask that each of you, if you have the opportunity to do so in your respective communities, please do contribute to the Red Cross and other charitable organizations that are moving to try to help so many of our needy brothers and sisters. It is indeed quite a travesty for this state, a challenge for us for the future. At this time, I'd like to ask the President, President, you roll call, please.
Yes, sir. Dr. Tarver. Here. Mr. Braxton. Yes. Attorney Clayton. Here. Mr. Franklin.
Here.
Mr. Fondell.
Here.
Dr. Gaines.
Here.
Reverend Gann.
Here.
Reverend Henry.
Here.
Mr. Hilliard.
Here.
Mr. Lawson.
Certainly, present.
Attorney McGee.
Here.
Mr. Small. Mr. Meyer. Mrs. Smith.
Present.
Reverend Tolbert. Here. Dr. Whitfield. You have a quorum, sir.
We have an item of adoption of the agenda. What is your pleasure?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. We adopt the agenda. All those in favor of that, on sign of aye. Those opposed? Time for public comments. Are there any public comments on this agenda at this time? Dr. Ruth? Could you speak a lot, or he's going to check that microphone? Turn it down.
Okay, good morning, Dr. Tarver, distinguished members of the board. My name is Nigel Lee, pronounced Nigel and not Nigel. I would like to address item 6, F1, and F2. I originally came here to address F1, but some last-minute developments have prompted me to respond to F2. Thank you, Dr. Tava, for your care and concern about the recent emergency we've had in southern Louisiana. More than 50% of our faculty have been affected, and I know more than several members that you see here listed in this table also have been affected. As to 6F1, that pertains to the promotion and recommended salary of these people, I have to stress that, as you probably know, these are not requests for raises. These are simply statements of what the floor of the rank and discipline require. And that's really the minimum that we're asking for. As to F2, I know we will probably be here for a long time, so I don't want to take too much of your time. I would like to begin with a quote from the Chinese war expert, Sun Tzu, pronounced Sun Tzu, not Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. We can learn a lot from him. And one of the things I think that pertains here very well is that no nation has ever profited from a prolonged war. And I fear that sometimes we were getting this situation because faculty are discontented and for many reasons, which I don't want to go into here. I just want to respond very briefly to what has been recently alleged by an anonymous source who, from what I'm reading, I think I know who it is, but I leave it to you to figure it out. Dr. Bagayoko has crafted at short notice a response, and I've had copies made and distributed to all of you to read at your leisure. I don't think I need to dignify the original email much more by an elaborate reply. Safe to say that most of the allegations are misinformed and incorrect. And I certainly resent being called a nobody. I may not be anywhere up in the total poll, but I have worked hard for what I am right now. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Any further comments? Yes, good morning. Mr. Board Representative, please introduce yourself.
Yes, sir. My name, good morning, Dr. Tarver, honorable members of the board, Mr. President. My name is Sonia D. Hester, and I serve as a faculty senate president here for Southern University Shreveport. And this is our faculty senate vice president, Professor Jocelyn Pickens. Dr. Tarver, we want to echo what Dr. Nigel Gui just said in terms of your concern and care for what is happening in Southern Louisiana. What we did here in Southern University Shreveport is we came together as a university community and created the Lend a Hand initiative. And overwhelmingly, the faculty, the staff, the administration supported by offering clothing, offering non-perishable items, and offering all sorts of wares that would be of assistance to the folks who are in need at this time. And our illustrious Chancellor asked us to continue this effort for as long as it is so needed. So very hopefully the items are en route now or should have been delivered to Southern University Baton Rouge. We were so honored and blessed to have been afforded the opportunity to be of service. So we thank you for that. I rose to announce or to share specifically to request your support for item 6F1 with regard to the faculty promotion and tenure piece. We thank you so much for recognizing the stellar work of the faculty and what we do on the ground to ensure that students are afforded the opportunity to receive excellent instruction. And as you know, in order for those opportunities to continue, it's often wonderful to receive the appreciation that is so deserved for the dedication and the work of the faculty as we work so hard to make sure that these students get afforded the opportunity to advance in their educational pursuits. So we ask your kind support of this item and we look forward to continuing to advance the role, the mission, and the scope of Southern University at Shreveport and with the system. Thank you so much.
May I also say, when we're coming to the phone, we want to also thank Dr. Belton and his staff in Baton Rouge for the wonderful assistance they provide in opening up for Mini-Belt, a shelter for those in the greater Baton Rouge area who so much need someplace to stay. I'm sure we'll hear more about that later on from Dr. Belton, but certainly want to thank you and the Southern County Baton Rouge for accommodating to that local interest. And yes, now, I have just met this lady, and she is a wife of Dr. Quee, but she goes by another professional name as an attorney and graduate of Southern Law School. So with that, Judge, would you further introduce yourself?
Thank you so much. I'm Frances Ball, B-A-L-L, and because nobody could remember Gwee for me, they could for Nigel, but not for me. And as an attorney, I needed for people to be able to remember the names of the lawyers, right? And I was happy to see that Pat McGee and I were in the same school. Same class, at the law school. And I came to express my appreciation for your having given me the opportunity to go to law school. And Southern has as the mission to be able to give the opportunity to those who might not otherwise have a chance to go to school. And I'm here to tell you that until Governor Foster, I was the oldest student ever to be admitted to the law school at age 57. So I want to tell you how much I appreciate that opportunity and how much I've done my best to help our community and the university. If there's anything that I can do for any of you who've had flooding or what have you, get any help with your insurance claims or whatever, let me know. And I want to tell you again how much I appreciate the opportunity of being educated here, and especially how much for all the professors, associate professors, everybody who knows us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comments? We move on now to, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please.
Good morning. My name is Shanika Jones, criminal justice at Baton Rouge campus. I wanted to speak briefly this morning about an initiative that is on the agenda, and I'm asking specifically that you guys think about for a moment what we're doing with public safety and corrections. As it stands right now, because of the leadership of Dr. Belton, with the aid of Dr. Brown, I don't see him, working with Ms. Hill. Okay, Dean Jagiri has been able to create an agreement by which Southern University gets to educate more than 5,500 people. In fact, the opportunity that's extended to us is extended to us exclusively. No other institution is allowed inside of the facilities to recruit as we're doing. In fact, we launched our program last Monday, and we're happy to say that we have over 400 people interested in joining us for this first and second session of the fall. With that, I'm also asking that you know exactly what the state is asking of Southern University at this point. I don't have to tell you that there's national attention on criminal justice reform. Everybody's talking about how do we make the relationships between law enforcement and corrections and the people that they serve better. The secretary was tasked by the governor to initiate criminal justice reform. And instead of going to the other institutions, because of Dean Jagiri and Warden Johnny Jones, the secretary came to Southern University. I'm asking that you please support, and I forget the name of the position, and the position I guess is not even important, but I'm asking that you give us a dean that is going to advance our initiatives and not only save Southern University, but save Southern University's system. So that this is not a plea for Shanika Jones or a plea for Dean Damien Jagiri, but rather a plea for Southern University's system. So I beg you, please, to consider acting favorably on that item on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? If not, we move on to item 5, special presentation for implications of Elevate Louisiana system-wide update on Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commissions on Colleges. Dr. Felton?
Yes, I'm going to ask if Dr. Chancellor Brown, the Vice President and Provost of the Baton Rouge campus, he would offer that presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Bell, Chairman Tarver, and board members. In front of you, you have several colored sheets of paper probably to your right, beginning with the yellow sheet of paper that says Elevate Louisiana. Many of us have heard the term Elevate Louisiana over the last year when Commissioner Rollo toured the state with a series of talking points about education and innovation across the state. However, on April 27, 2016, they advanced a strategic plan for the higher education system using the exact same name. Some of you may have noted comments in the most recent Advocate about the last board meeting. They advanced a one-page strategic plan entitled Elevate Louisiana that is embedded with a lot of challenges for our system and our campuses. In particular, I draw your attention to the 7 parameters of Elevate Louisiana. 1, approve and as appropriate revisions to the existing role and scope and mission statements of campuses in the state of Louisiana. 2, to develop and adopt a policy on mergers, consolidations of institutions. 3, develop and adopt a policy on financial early warning systems and financial stress, which they're calling the fiscal stress test. 4, to revise the region's policy on low completer review and to elevate the threshold for review. 5, to conduct statewide regional review of all graduate programs. 6, to conduct statewide regional review of targeted undergraduate programs. And 7, to review degree program requirements and available courses to encourage or reward structured pathways to degrees with limited course choice. The emphasis is, as it says, on the 3 areas. What is the appropriate role of graduate programs? How can our policies minimize duplication while ensuring student access? And third, the challenging one, what is the appropriate mix of programs in colleges and universities? It is the assertion of the Board of Regents that they possess the statutory and constitutional authority to plan, create, and close programs within individual campuses without legislation or appeal. On June 29th, there was a called meeting with the governor of the state, and immediately thereafter, they continued with the regularly scheduled board meeting. Very few people attended. However, at that meeting, they did pass guidelines and principles for proposed mergers and closures. There is a copy of that document on the table. It's a white page. And in addition to passing it, they reaffirmed it on Wednesday at the August 24th meeting. After dealing with the guiding principles for proposed mergers and closures, in addition, on the 29th, the Board of Regents adopted the plan and strategy for the financial health analysis. You also have a copy of that. And on the 24th, which was Wednesday, they reaffirmed that plan and expedited by vote the timetable for the implementation of the fiscal stress test for institutions in the state of Louisiana. And then finally, on your blue page, on the 29th, they voted and approved, and then reaffirmed on Wednesday, the 24th, a timetable for each of these action items. And so on that page, you will note ongoing activity in each of the 7 areas slated to all converge in the spring of 2017. This Elevate Louisiana was reinforced by the second document that you have, or the second different set of documents that you have, called Act Act number 619, which they call the Hewitt Bill. Senator Hewitt's bill basically reaffirms and gives legislative authority for the Board of Regents to conduct the activities that are included and that were passed in Elevate Louisiana. Certainly, we will have challenges responding. We're working hard to meet all of the thresholds and timetables. And I suspect that each respective area from all of the campuses will keep you posted on our progress as time goes forward. For the update on Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges, we are pleased to report that all of our campuses are fully accredited by SACS. Southern University Baton Rouge and Southern University New Orleans recently completed their 5th year review and received favorable response, both with the requested supplemental information being due. The Law Center campus is preparing for their full reaffirmation in 2020, and the SUSLA campus has a 5th year report that is due next month to SACS. In addition, you have all of the program area accreditations for each of the campuses.
Thank you very much. I want to make a comment to the board in reference to the first item that you brought to our attention on Senator Hewitt's bill, which in my estimation is a reaction to what occurred in the last session of the legislature in reference to Senate Bill Act 507, which was a bill designed to consolidate systems. You recall that there were several bills introduced in the session of the legislation. One was to abolish old systems and create a new system, one system for all of higher education. The second bill was to abolish all systems but the Board of Regents, but transfer all of the systems to the Board of Regents. Those bills were roundly defeated. Senator Hewitt's bill, in my estimation, is the response to that, because practically several members of that finance committee that voted it down actually requested the board to come along and give them some bold initiatives, to tell them what schools ought to be merged, what schools ought to be closed, et cetera, et cetera. So it's nothing but an extension of this annual determination to dismember our system, to take it apart. And I'm sure that there's going to be some more formal protest with respect to that. And at some point, I at least want to bring to this board's attention this matter so that we can go on record in reference to this and make it known to the Board of Regents, to the legislature, because the spring that they're talking about is the next session of the Louisiana legislature in regular session. So once again, we can expect to find legislation sitting there that's going to attempt to either dismember our system or do some mergers. And I cannot believe that any of us would be in support of that. Are there any other comments or questions you have about Dr. Brown in reference to his report? If not, we can move on to item 6, action information items, minutes of the meeting, 6A. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
It's moved and seconded to approve the minutes of the previous meeting. Those in favor, let me know on the sign of aye. Aye. Those opposed? So we have it. Action item 6B, academic affairs. I'd like to recognize the Honorable Ann Smith, who has been doing a lot of work with us in terms of trying to address issues relative to our nursing program initiative. Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Dr. Tarver. This morning, I would like to just briefly make we'll go to number 1 and make this statement, and that is we have been working, trying to get consistency with different programs. And our last meeting, we did address our law school. And there was some consistency, some reorganization, some restructuring, and that included the positions as well as the salaries. And on this meeting, I'm pleased to say that we entertained the nursing program. We're trying very hard to bring some attraction to different programs in our university that can entice other students to want to become a part of this. And this month, we did address the nursing program. Now, adoption of the nursing program, retention in this initiative, and you can look and see that there is a consistency with some of the salaries now. And maybe there are a few salaries that are a little different. And President, would you like to explain why, or should we?
Yes, thank you, Madam Smith, for highlighting what we believe to be an imperative at this particular time. We went forth and engaged with the dean and faculty of the nursing program as driven by an environment that led us to believe that we were nurturing a situation where our faculty, because of salary inequities, because of an uncompetitive salary scale, that our faculty were considering other opportunities away from Southern, and subsequently we were being challenged to meet a standard by the Louisiana State Board of Nursing, which suggests that we could not experience over 25% turnover in any given year. We were reaching that standard, which gave us cause to respond in this particular fashion. Our response is then to establish a floor for nursing faculty, as well as to address the retention of our existing faculty. And this table really reflects that effort, where hereforth, any new faculty that we're able to attract to the College of Nursing will, in effect, have a salary of no less than $60,000 for those individuals who are now bringing commitment to the College of Nursing. We have provided for them an additional $5,000 with the aim, of course, of trying to retain them. And so again, and that's what was alluded, this is not based on merit, but simply a mechanism to both retain the existing nursing faculty and to establish a floor that would enable us to attract new nurses to the College of Nursing.
Thank you. Do you have any comments, questions? Motion.
Question.
Okay, question.
Mr. President, at the end of this year, I've been hearing some chatter that the universities may have to take another substantial cut. Financially, if that were to happen, how can you afford to pay these promotions, whatever you want to call it?
Well, I think our aim was to speak to that later on, but to be specific, we have built into all of the budgets within the Southern University system a 5% contingency in the event that there is a budget shortfall at any point in time this fiscal year. So we have built that contingency as was suggested, and we have built these salaries into our existing budget.
Okay. I'm finished with this, other than if we have any other comments in regards to it. I really hope the board can see where we're trying to set up some consistency. Okay, thank you.
There's a motion on the motion to approve action item 6B1. It's been approved and seconded. Okay, what's your pleasure? Those in favor, on the side of aye. Those opposed? So have it. Thank you very much, Ms. Smith. We also have request approval of strategic plan a way forward, SUSLA. That will be Dr. Ellis.
Yes. Good morning, and again, welcome to Shreveport. We have for your pleasure in reading our new strategic plan. Strategic plan of the way forward. It's our 5-year strategic plan. When I started back in April, a process had already begun. That was a very comprehensive process led by 2 members of our executive team. But this document really represents a comprehensive effort of all faculty, staff, administrators here at the institution, including external stakeholders, to help us create a vision and a pathway forward for SUSLA over the next 5 years. And we humbly request your approval of this document.
Been properly moved and seconded. Accept that document. All those in favor, anyone sign by?
Aye.
Those opposed, so happy. Thank you very much, Dr. Ellis. Next, we move on to item 6C. Mr. Clayton, you want to introduce this section, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. As Chair, I move that we pass item 6C in order.
Been properly moved and seconded. We pass item 6.15 global. All those in favor, anyone sign by?
Aye.
Those opposed, so happy. One opposition? Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate the recording. All right, the motion is passed. We move on now to item 6D, facilities and property. Donald Ray, you want to, Donald Henry, very good, all right. You want to introduce this section, sir? That's what it is.
You have the system facility project update in your packet, and there are several items that we talked about the last time that we were asked to take a look at. One was the elevator in the field house, and we have made the repairs to the floor. We've also looked at the grass cutting at the river, and it's been very wet, and we have not been able to get down there. But what we are doing, because of shortage of staff, we are actually looking at bringing in a contractor to assist us on cutting the grass down there. We've done that before, and we don't see a problem with doing that as soon as it dries up. In addition to that, we looked at the carpet in the field house, and we talked to about 3 vendors and asked them to come in and take a look at it and see what would happen if we would have a carpet guy. They indicated to us that they would not recommend that. In fact, they suggested that we replace the carpet. We've gotten an estimate, and the estimate is $65,000. And we're in the process now of looking at that to see how we can bring that into because we realize the carpet is really bad, but dying, they say it's not the
Question, Mr. Hunter. The grade. I think I'm gonna get the grade again.
Yes, sir.
And having that, the president's grade exposed, it's granted, as a facility, I have no ownership in co-written platinum that they build granite grades. So the insurance companies have to pay for it, so why don't we go fix that man's grade so it won't be exposed? I mean, you can look in there, I think, and that's, I don't think we'll just put a blue tarp over our former president's grave. I hope y'all don't do that to me. If y'all let me get buried again. Not a buried people, I don't know what they're, not a bad, you're sorry.
I prove if we let it get buried up there as long as he do it this week.
You're correct. Someone did come early one morning and actually ran into the grade again. We've had it patchwork. I know it's on a temporary. I said that the last time. We do have quote a permanent fix, and we're looking around September 30th. But we haven't committed totally what we can, but I would like to get a few and explore what you all are concerned about. Someone may have
You take 8-inch pipe, another pipe, dig it 8 foot in the ground, cement it up, let it hit that pipe. They want to keep letting it pipe. not huge grade, man, stop them from hitting money. We can do that without paying somebody a lot of money.
I was gonna say.
Is that all right with that, Mr. Fondell?
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. I know some places that put posters down, probably minimal expense, and you have a grade, you get 2 times in the last 3 months. Yeah. This is just a thing.
So you said by the end of September, you're gonna have that?
Right, that was the, based on the contract that we spoke with, they're in the process of doing what needs to be done now, and they said the job could be completed by September.
Can you address the tracking devices on this equipment?
Okay, the tracking devices on the equipment, we're in the process of, we're issuing a purchase order. But it was a delay because we're in the middle of closing right now. And, but we plan to, place those tracking devices on the equipment, and we have set funds aside in order to do that. So it should be done in very short order.
I missed that.
Okay. What I said is that we issued a purchase order in order to have those devices placed on the system. It was a slight delay because we had been building closing, and we're cutting over from one fiscal year to the other one. But it's our objective, especially in the next few weeks, to go ahead and have those things installed.
Thank you. Ms. Franklin, you have?
Yes, sir. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Okay, I'm not sure if this is okay, thank you. My inquiry was about the daycare center that is on campus. I understand that it has not been utilized for its purpose for the last 3 or so years. From what I've been told and from what I've seen, it's pretty much in pristine condition, minus a few things that may need to be changed as far as making it USDA regulated, but it's ready to roll. And I think now it's extremely imperative, with everything that's going on, that's actually reopened and used, for which I know the grant that the grant that is for the building itself it needs to be used, especially when we have faculty members, staff members, and students whose children now are without an aftercare center or a daycare center with the flooding issue that has happened in Baton Rouge. We have the building, we have the facilities, we have the resources. I think they need to be used and they need to be open. So I know Chancellor Pierre and a few other people have actually been working to get it open, and for some reason it keeps being blocked. If it's not being utilized, it needs to be utilized. That's just fine.
Ms. McCutcheon, would you like to speak to that? I understand Ms. Baptiste may want to join in that discussion.
Good morning. As you are aware, many years ago, the daycare center, upon its completion and initial inspection, it was indicated by the inspector that the bathrooms were not under specification for the amount of children that they wanted to utilize the facility for. And due to that reason, Dr. Cassandra Science in the Family and Consumer Science area has been working closely with the funding source to update those bathrooms within specifications so that the building can properly be opened in a timely manner. So that's what's been going on.
How recent have those updates been? Like as far as finding out that the restrooms weren't of the necessary regulations that they needed to?
Within the last 6 months, last semester, she began a quest to try to get that building open again. And of course, she saw that barrier was in the way, so she's been trying to overcome that barrier to get those bathrooms updated time.
Do we have an estimation as far as when those renovations will be done so that it could be open and utilized?
Not at this time. Yeah, yes, sir.
The other question is, once you get there, you have the staff available to
we should, because it's Family and Consumer Sciences area, and Dr. Cyrus, is the one who is in charge of making sure that the facility is up and running properly according to NIFLA's regulations.
I have one last question. I'm sorry, Mr. Brooker. Do you think by the next board meeting we could have an update?
Yes, I do.
Jared?
I want to piggyback on the lady from the law school's question. You say you don't know when you can fix the bathroom, so let me tell you, I'm thinking it's a bathroom, the toilet, and sink. And Mr. McClellan, who's over facility, is it Mr. Eli?
Right, he's over facility for the system, and Mr. Garvey is the one over.
So if you guys call someone over there and say, hey, make sure it's handicapped, that's all you got to put those little boards on the wall and put some new toilets in there. And she said 6 months. The lady from the law school asked how long, and she said she doesn't know.
Okay, I was together with here, but I will get with him as soon as we get back and we will do what we need to do, and see if we at least get a timeline.
Mr. President, issues like that I didn't know about, which is a great issue. But I really wish we would have somebody on top of that to have that place closed that long because nobody went in, and I guarantee it's a simple fix. And we got folks on campus who can fix that.
We will immediately address that. Mr. Clayton and Ms. Franklin, we will immediately address that.
Okay.
I'll work with them on that, but just wanted to say that Ms. Cyrus, Dr. Cyrus, was one of our faculty who experiences a 100% loss. And so she has not been back to work this semester. But we'll work with the recruitment family to the science.
Thank you very much, Reverend Henry. Move on now to action item 6E, Finance, Honorable Myron Lawson. You've got a couple items. Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have item 1 and 2, and I will defer to our Assistant President to, I guess, defer to our Vice President of Finance. But I will say this budget is relatively flat, and you have a detailed booklet, a budget in front of you. You also have access to a narrative, but I think they've done a pretty good job of presenting this budget at this time. Mr. President, Mr. Chair, if you would.
I'll defer to the President.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson and members. Mr. McClellan, will you just kind of give some highlights of the budget as it relates to all of the campuses, please?
Yes, sir. For the university system, I've developed what I consider operating budget highlights. And basically, what we have done here is looked at it in terms of the funding for the 2016-17 fiscal year. And like Mr. Lawson said, it's fairly flat. The entire budget is $138,277,000. And it's made up of both tuition and fees, state appropriation, and other self-generated revenues. There were no major increases. The only increase we had basically was at the New Orleans campus and at the boarding system. The boarding system increase is only as shown in the document I passed out based on the fact that 3 of the campuses did not pass the GRAD Act. And based on the GRAD Act policy, those funds would have to be moved to the system level. And after they develop a remediation plan, then the funds can be allocated back to the campuses. In addition to that, we have, if you look at the budget, right now, 60% of the budget comes from self-generated fees, and 32% comes from state appropriation. So what it really means is that we have now shifted the burden of education to students instead of the state, because at one time, probably in 2008-09, it was the reverse. The state was picking up 70% and the students were paying about 30%. In addition to that, the budget actually is you have the 69% of the budget, right at 70% of the budget is the personnel cost, and that includes fringe benefits. And the remainder of the budget is in other operating items like scholarships and supplies for travel and things of that nature. This year, and you approved increases in tuition. In fees. We did not increase tuition for any of the campuses. So we reflected in this budget the fee increase that you all provided the approval for, and it ranges from like 10% to 11.5%.
Also, we look at it, fee structure and maybe how we can, do things a little differently with the fees. Just talk a little bit about.
Okay, at the last meeting, Mr. Lawson asked us to go back and take a look at all fees. And many of those fees been in existence for probably 30 or 40 years or even longer. And to see if we still really need to reevaluate the fee and maybe do something in order to move them in a different area where they're more needed, where we need them more than where they are now. And we are in the process of doing that. I sent a letter to all the vice chancellors, and they're working on that. We were delayed because of the flood and the fact that we were closing out. But I do plan to bring the report back and present it to the board. In addition to that, for the Baton Rouge campus, as you recall, we decreased the out-of-state fee by $1,000 with the intention of being able to recruit and bring in additional students. And that's basically the comments I wanted to make in those addressing.
I have a question. You just said something that I thought was real disturbing. You said that the shift, the cost of the school, running the school basically has shifted toward the backs of the students. So the travel expenses, so that's comes out of the general fund, the students have to pay for that?
Well, yeah, travel expenses.
Not just travel expenses for the administrators. This is my understanding that the provost just had an all-expense paid trip to India. I want to know why he took a trip to India in the back of the kids. What did he need to go all the way to India for? And I also want to know about the travel expenses of all the chancellors and why y'all traveling. I want to date you back to January. Why are you traveling to India on these kids' back? What's over there that you need to do that important that you couldn't do from email? And I think I know why you went over there, and I'll tell you, to sign an MOU. And so to fly an all-expensive trip to India, can you help me with that, Mr. President?
Yeah, I'm going to refer to the vice president who can go after and speak to this job.
Yes, and I'm sorry, Attorney Clayton this morning, but I did forward it to some of the board members, board president, and the board chair. Southern University, and that's in the Chancellor's report for today, there's a presentation at the next board meeting, was one of the 4 co-sponsors of the Sustainable Energy Technologies and Smart and Clean Cities Conference 2016. We're listed right there on the front. The expenses were paid by the host university, the Indian Institute of Technology in Tirupati. The only expense was travel to the airfare, only the airfare, from the U.S. to India, which was paid for by NSF grant, on which Southern University possesses. The conference included, I believe, 6 Southern University faculty, was sponsored out of our International Programs Office, and I can pull it up, I can forward it to you. It's on the masthead, but there was no general fund expense used, and it was a part of the program work of the grant. And there were no MOUs signed.
My issue is flying internationally from even the airfare being paid for by the system or whomever. At these times when you're cutting people, you're trying to find money for folks, you don't know what, I know you have to travel some, and I've also been, there's a whole lot of other travel nationally flying. I don't care about the folks who happen to drive their car, but can we make phone calls as opposed to getting on a plane and go fly up to DC to go talk to somebody on our dime? I have a serious issue with that, and turn around the next couple of months, we're gonna start firing folks or cutting folks and getting rid of them because of this travel budget. I have a different appreciation. I'll ask for the documents to show me as to who paid for the airplane ticket, where the money is coming from. But I really think we ought to think several times before we get on a plane. Somebody else paying for it, that's fine. But any money coming from Southern, let's justify. We really ought to have to be there to go travel abroad. So my ending point with that, Mr. McLean, is that I would like to see the travel budget. And for the last, dating back to January, to see who all has been, particularly nationally and internationally, and let me make and find out the source where they're paid. We make my own decision as to whether or not it's being, it should be looked at.
Okay,
Just piggyback a little bit, I'm glad to hear that trip was paid for by funds that were not general funds. But I would like a little bit more of a policy, Mr. President, and for you to work in council with our boards here, that no international travel will take place, certainly without your approval. And I strongly would recommend that no state dollars are paid or utilized in general fund dollars to subsidize trips. When you have these things, particularly international trips, I find it very odd when that trip's not paid for by a visiting country, a country that you're visiting, or by a organization as the NSF. I'd like to see that policy hopefully by next month, because we don't have the luxury of sending folk out of the country when we have rooms that dilapidated, parking lots that are not paved, and the campus that still has flooding challenges when we don't have 3 inches of rain. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Well, we will attempt to explore alternate funding to support, international travel. As you are all aware, Southern University, we see ourselves as a global institution. Our strategic plan and mission speaks to global engagement. So it's our DNA, to really advance international engagement. But I understand the environment in which we work in, and certainly we will explore alternate revenue streams to allow us to continue to advance our mission in that
And
regard.
I think you enjoy the privilege of issuing an immediate cease and desist without your approval, so I'd like to see something.
Yes. Yes.
You can, I won't get a trip they had on the world, I never knew it worked, so you got to pick and choose before you get
Sure.
You also got to pick and choose what you're gonna bring back to this board. Going over there and not bringing back what you went for, I don't care who paid for it, still people want it. It's tax dollars.
Sure.
And I agree, I think, any travel needs to be approved by you. Why it's going, what they bring it back to the shoulders.
We will do that and bring that policy back.
Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. You've heard the presentation. We just have a motion to approve the president. It's moved by Chairman. Second. All those in favor, indicate sign of aye. Opposed, so have it. Next, we go to item F, personal actions. The Honorable Distinguished Mr. Patrick McGee. As we move into one, back to promotions on one section and approve the personal actions of the chief.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm going to defer to the president.
With regard to F1, as you may recall, in previous board meetings, the faculty of each of our campuses, or rather the administration from each of our campuses, presented to the board applications for promotion and tenure. This board was so kind as to approve those promotions, however, deferred on the compensation of faculty until such time as the respective campuses was able to demonstrate that they have the resources to support that. In the establishment or development of the respective budgets of each of the campuses, they have identified revenue to support the compensation of faculty who were promoted and who duly earned the compensation. This item then acts in consideration to adopt these recommended salaries in lieu of the promotion recommendations that were extended to you. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Lawson.
I had the privilege of visiting Mr. McGee, and I thank the provost and finance vice president. And my question on these items were, the provost, are all these items relatively budget neutral if they involve increases? That's still the case, you told me no?
And I'm sorry, that was related to academic stabilization. All of these are increases. The promotion, raising them from one rank to the next rank. That's your question. Our discussion was on was now F2, but this is F1.
I was considering all that.
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, no. These are increases.
Could you modify that, please? So the term increase is given a larger term, not conflicting with the executive order. These were all, we had adopted promotions for all of these people in earlier times, but we did not award them the commensurate salary increase with promotion. The executive order exempts promotions as being accommodated. So this is in line with the executive order for the purposes of the increase.
I'm with you on
We're only talking about one.
I'm with you on one.
Yeah.
I'm on two.
Well, we had adopted.
Well, I thought we're addressing that. Yeah.
We're just gonna discuss it one, and let's do that now.
Okay, I thought we discussed it.
What we need is a discussion and a motion on that. Yes, sir.
Have a motion on locally, they have one. Motion on the floor.
Is there a second?
Second.
Properly moved and second that we approve F1. Any questions?
This consider right?
That is a promotion.
No.
We approved the promotions in the previous movement. And until we come back now to give them the dollars to do the promotions from the system conducted to the budget.
Yes, my question would be when you get home.
Let's speak up, Mr. Burns.
My question would be where's the money coming from? I mean, you just got money from the state, and I'm just curious where it's coming from. It's not telling me what are you doing to. You're coming from what, going to what?
Well,
And we just talked about you got nobody to cut the grass.
no, we acknowledge that certainly there are physical challenges, but as I typically point out to the staff, our budget reflects our priorities, and indeed, in this particular case, these members of our faculty have earned promotion and have earned the compensation that comes along with it, and therefore we incorporated those allocations for that purpose.
But where's the money coming from?
Sorry.
Where is it coming from? Who's paying for it? The students? I guess my question is that we got this, we got people that can't cut grass, we got buildings falling down, and we just short of money, the state just gave us money. And with all the stuff that's going on, I guess you promoted people, now you come back and give them raises. Why you give them a raises 6 months ago? I'm just trying to figure out where all this money coming from, because we got a budget. You got to come from somewhere, and if you adjust the budget to where you think you get this money, what happens if you don't get this money? What's the total increase? Because coming with this, is this, how much money is this we talking?
Well,
For every $100,000 that you give in raises, you got 40% you got to put to pay for benefits. So when you give $100,000, you got another $40,000 that's found somewhere else. So where is it coming from?
Well, it's coming from each of the campuses. Each of the campuses have rightfully examined their budget. They have a great appreciation of where they are fiscally, and they have made a priority and have established some value in advancing these adjustments on behalf of the faculty. The faculty, in effect, is the heart of the university. We have to always be sensitive to strategies that incentivize faculty. Again, these individuals on the respective campuses. They have, I guess, their range of commitment to the institution. Certainly, it spans from at least 3 years to whatever. But they have been reviewed by their peers. They have been recommended for promotion. And we just believe that it's prudent to acknowledge them in this fashion.
It's still the chair's committee. It's not, we're not doing committees. So
I think, Mr. President, about what is the average raise that, it's not a lot of money, about what's the average raise that these people get? It's not a whole lot of money.
Matt, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, sir, I'll speak to it. For example, for the SUSLA campus, the total salaries, the total promotion adjustment is $11,200 plus fringe of $5,040, a total of $16,240. For the Baton Rouge campus, this one is for the SUSLA campus. The total amount is, with fringes, $11,558.
So I think the point I'm saying, Mr. Chair, it's really not any money. We just trying to show good faith to these people that we're living up to what our Constitution say, that when they get, when they get these promotions, the money, and they were counting, you weren't at the meeting of that meeting, right at the last meeting, we said to them, they said, 2 meetings ago, that they were willing to wait on the money. What we're trying to do is show them parts to eliminate part of the problem we have in the nursing school right now. Is that we've got to do something. We can't give them the money that they deserve, but at least we can show good faith that we're trying to live up and give what we can. So it's really not a whole lot of money.
It's not merit, it's not performance. This is just for retention purposes.
But I understand where you're coming from. I think we got to make this clear. I mean, you're right. If I knew it was $11,000, I never would open my mouth. I didn't know what the numbers were. It'd been nice to have. But you got people that's out there that be giving, that's cutting grass, that's doing, I think Ms. Smith had asked a question about when we're going to take care of certain people. We got a band director that I don't see him on this list. When are we going to start taking care of these people that cut grass, cleaning up, fixing the facilities? When you start doing that, let's be fair to everybody. Let's find a way to give everybody something a little bit, not just something.
Let me also comment that I think it's a worthy comment on this part, and we've been talking about it for quite a long time. In fact, we were prepared in this group to look at the Boston Board of Education for classified employees. The problem was that the executive order came along and this stopped doing this practice. So it said just froze that possibility of that category of people. In fact, that was one large category across the entire university system. They were prepared to give the raise consistent with the limitations of civil service commission put on. But executive order prohibited us from doing that.
Oh, I'm sorry. In other words, it's on the table. Yeah. We looked at it. I think that was a report we requested a long time ago. It finally came to light. When we kind of get through the changes we're going through, the challenges, we get in a better financial position. We're going to make those adjustments. It's already out there on the table.
Well, I understand, but you're not going to do better financial position to keep doing what you're doing. What I'm saying is, we've been trying to do this for 6-8 months. Let's do it. That's all right. I think Ann had said something a while back, months ago. We're going to bring something to the table for everybody. Let's bring it to everybody. Let's bring it to the table. Ms. Smith,
in that, Mr. Braxton said, he really didn't know that these were as small as they are. I think we need to just take a minute, because some of the board members truly do not know the associate professor, assistant professor, and professor. Quickly, will you just explain that to the board and how they got these raises? And by the way, you gave the increase for SUSLA and SUSLA get the increase for that many jobs. So,
Okay, again, it's item one. The increase for Baton Rouge is a total of 43,567.
Okay, now, just a brief explanation to the board on the different professorships. I think that would help. Because when Mr. Braxton said what he said, it made me think that there was not enough clarity there. So please tell him, please.
In terms of the process for promotion?
Right, for the increase, the small increases, because these are small increases.
Yeah, and indeed, they're very small, in light of our budgets. They don't even represent, significant, in our budgets, but notwithstanding, it does reflect, or should reflect, our priorities. And one of those things is certainly to acknowledge faculty who have earned, promotion is something that's tangible. Let me say this, because Mr. Braxton and yourself, you're absolutely right on point. You're absolutely right on point. When you commissioned the study and as we reviewed the findings of that study, it was clear that our classified staff who have not received increases over the years are deserving of consideration. We have, and as the chairman made reference, we have every intent on all of the campuses to try to mitigate those impediments that our classified staff, starting with our classified staff, but extending it to faculty and staff across the system. So that is our intent. We are currently limited simply because of the executive order. But as soon as we are able to move beyond the executive order, again, our budgets, our aims will reflect our commitment to addressing these salary inequities on all of our campuses. So,
Okay. Right, just a small.
yeah, so.
Just a small response.
Okay, so, yeah, so, it kind of depends.
All right,
Our ranking structure rests with instructor, which is a probationary or temporary rank. Then to assistant professor, typically is tenure track. Then associate professor, and then professor. And at each level, individuals have to demonstrate a record of accomplishment. So from assistant professor, an accomplishment is oftentimes measured by university service, research, publications or what have you. So, and teaching. And so, indeed, they are voted based on them demonstrating excellence in those different variables. And then it's a mark of accomplishment as individuals move from one rank to another.
Mr. Braxton, again, the only thing I'm asking is this group and this group of increases, I'm hoping that we as a board, because I had to ask myself, well, why are we getting these particular rates? They're small. But then once we understand what assistant professor, what associate professor and professor stands for and how they got there, then it will allow us to be more open-minded about the small amounts that we're getting. Thank you.
Is there a motion? Is there a motion on the floor? A second? Okay, all those in favor of approving,
Roll call vote.
roll call vote to call for. Okay. This is F1. Okay.
Motion second, wait for the president.
Yes. Dr. Carver,
Yes.
Mr. Braxton,
Yes.
Attorney Clayton,
Yes.
Mrs. Franklin,
Yes.
Mr. Fondell,
Yes.
Dr. Gaines,
Yes.
Reverend Gann,
Yes.
Reverend Henry,
Yes.
Mr. Hilliard,
Yes.
Mr. Lawson,
Yes.
Attorney McGee,
Yes.
Mr. Small, Mr. Meyer,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Reverend Tolbert,
Yes.
Dr. Whitfield. Motion passes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And now we move on to item 6F2, approval of personal action on positions greater than 60,000. We ask the president to make presentation on these. No.
Presentation.
I'm sorry.
We're gonna have a motion in a second with the discussion.
You can. You all from? I don't know, we can ask him. So we can that.
You are the chair. You are the chair, right?
Yeah, but he was talking to you.
I know, but I was wondering why you asking. You're doing a good job. Keep running this.
We have this item to be discussed. We can get a motion on the floor, and then we can have a discussion, and then we can decide where we go within that discussion. The rules of our procedure.
We can do F2 and vote.
Don't care.
That's why I want us to understand.
That are designed to go into executive session. Let me read the.
You're right, you can, but I don't think you will.
Let me get a motion on the floor to do this first, please. To approve item 5.2, and then we give a discussion with a presentation on this, put about the president and whoever else will support that.
In order to move the discussion forward, Mr. Chair, I will ask for a motion. I will move. Oh, goodness gracious. I don't want to approve everything, but I hate making a motion and then voting against it, but in order for us to move on, I will certainly make the motion to approve F2.
But, what? Yeah.
In local.
That's all he needs.
In order to get the
discussion.
you have to have a motion.
Okay, is that second for the motion?
Yes, if there's no second.
No, well, that's the discussion first, and then a call for the question, and that, at which point in time.
Then you say you can move things out.
All of them. You said global, it has to be all of that.
That's right. So we gotta go by each one?
Yes.
You,
Mr. Chairman,
yes, sir.
point of clarity, one order, I think, our colleague, motion is compelling the board to vote on a global, so we vote on it just as printed, yes or no. I don't think you can pull them unless there's a substitute motion.
The substitute motion would have to be to target any particular one-on-ones that you want to attempt to have discussion on. Okay, Mr. DeQuier, you're listening to this.
The way I understand the discussion is Mr. McGee wants to put a motion on the floor for debate. During that discussion, any member can move to amend that motion or make a substitute motion. If, as the debate warrants, a member wants to change the first motion that's going to be voted on. So I think what he's attempting to do is place a motion for debate, and during the debate, a member can make an amended motion.
It was not for debate.
I'm sorry, yes, sir.
Mr. McGee did not say for debate.
I agree.
He said to vote on close.
You always know Mr. McGee always.
I will amend my motion and move to debate item 6F2. Correct? That's proper motion?
I don't think it's proper, because that's not.
How you feel with this answer, Mr. DeQuier?
The motion would be a motion on the item. If it gets a second, the body can debate the item. If the motion doesn't get a second, then the body would have to entertain another motion.
Does we have a second for the motion?
6F2 in level for discussion. That's all.
We have a second for that?
I'll second.
Thank you,
Must
Mr.
be moved and seconded to do so.
So it's a motion for discussion.
Well, you have to discuss the item before you vote on it. You need a second motion.
I didn't get it.
A lot of you had heard of the place. All we're trying to do now is get the discussion, right?
All we want to do is,
So let's discuss it. Why don't we just do that?
Okay, let's go to item J, and Mr. President, we want to, do presentation, we'll hold it today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Item F2 presents a number of personal actions that we'd like for your consideration. However, Mr. Chair, I would like for the board to give some consideration to withdrawing from your consideration those appointments that are associated with the stabilization plan that was adopted by the SUBR campus on yesterday, or day before yesterday. We went before the Board of Regents who adopted the strategic plan. And in that form, it was clear that in their examination, we need to really give evidence of the process and where we could demonstrate more substantively faculty engagement. Having said that, and upon my assessment of the process to which we engaged in, I would like to defer consideration of those appointments to no later than October of this year. Those individuals who would be affected by that would be, if I could call them by name.
Wait, before you do that, can I ask you, what are you talking about? I just don't know. I really don't know.
Well, what I'm asking your consideration for is to remove from consideration at this time those appointments that are associated with the adoption of the stabilization plan for SUBR, and that includes 7 appointments.
Can you go by number and name?
Yes. Number 1, number 2, number 8, number 9, number 10, number 11, and number 21. One, 2, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 21 to be removed from consideration at this time.
And I promise you, I apologize for not. So why are you doing this?
Because I do think that that we're going to have to demonstrate more fully a process that that really reflects more substantive engagement with the faculty.
Then I second your motion and go with it, because I think that's, I get it now, I see what you're doing. Wow, Tony. He makes sense what he's saying.
We're now moving to pass all with the exception of number 1 or 6F2, with the exception of 1, 2, 8, 9, 10, 11, and number 20, and 20, get a motion.
You said 11? 11,
and 21. And I'm moving for favorable passage of all those items within 6F2, but for the ones that I just
No,
mentioned.
I have a question about, number
I second.
13 and
Hold
14.
on, Ms. Smith, I think we need a motion in a second, and then we can have a discussion on.
Right, that's how I was just trying to second so you can talk. Sorry.
So, Mr. Chair, we have a motion Mr. Chair, we have a motion in a second.
I'm sorry. Yes, you do.
Dr. Smith would like to discuss.
Yes, Mr.
Brief discussion. I'm looking here at, principal, 7th through 12th, University Laboratory School, and, principal, pre-K through 6, that's 13 and 14. And, that is for Southern University Laboratory School. That's 2 principals. And then you already have 1, director, in which is really like an overall principal. And we have we have 400 and some students there. Why do we need 3 principals there? Rather than, putting most of our emphasis on remediation positions or those kind of things, because our school score has dropped tremendously. I'm just asking.
And thank you, Ms. Smith, we called to talk about that. The new director, I think he's here. Yes, sir, we come forward. He reduced the number of positions that were in the old chart. There were like 5 or 6 directors, and he can more fully explain.
Good morning. The organization of the school needs to change in order to be more efficient and budget-wise. So it's really a budget-neutral position. We've eliminated the director of the virtual school as well as the director of accountability. And in place, we put 2 principals that can focus on just what you spoke to. Organizing data, making sure that students are getting what they need, in addition to making sure the day-to-day operations of the school are run effectively, so that I can participate more fully in engaging the other side of the campus with what's going on and aggressively trimming our own budget.
I have a question for Ms. Smith. If I understand correctly, we're going to have 3 principals for foreign students.
No, sir. We're going to have 1 director that oversees 2 schools. The laboratory school works as its own LEA. Within that, we have our virtual school, which is a totally separate school from the brick and mortar school, as well as the brick and mortar school, which is what you guys visually see on campus.
Maybe I'm not reading right. There's a Jalen Jones here?
Jalen Jones. No, sir, she's not here. They are at the school running the school.
Okay, so this person's principal of 7 through 12.
7 through 12.
There's someone who's pre-7. So what are you principal of?
I run the entire school, so I oversee what happens on the brick and mortar side, as well as what happens at the in the virtual school. And both of those schools require state reporting and all the other components of any individual school.
I'm sorry. Yes.
It appears to me that he is looking for a little monarchy over there. Why do you need 3 to run that place with 400 students? You ought to be the principal. You can't do it all yourself.
I don't think.
You don't give up pay nothing?
No, I don't think that that's possible. The way our school is actually its own separate education entity. We are essentially the same. We essentially operate the same capacity as East Baton Rouge Parish School or Roseland Parish School. So there are things that have to happen, big picture wise, that one person can't do, as well as attend to the needs of everyone.
Mr. Chairman, I want to extrapolate from Mr. McGee's motion and make a substitute motion to make it where the lab school has 1 principal. And either the director can take the principal job, or we're going to do $120 extra thousand for you to have 2 principals under you. And you can run it yourself. That school has been run by 1 principal for as long as, and has been doing a great job over there. Now you bring in 3. That's top heavy, in my opinion. So I ask that we do a substitute motion, extrapolate this away from it, and vote on this separately, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. So is that a second to the motion? Substitute motion? What substitute motion? That we in fact eliminated 1, 2, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, and 21. Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Mr.
Yes, question on 13, 14. I don't know what the norm is. like to see some, best practices. Are these really assistant principals, we call them principals? Question first. Secondly, you're telling me it's budget neutral, that these folks are not enjoying adjustments, salary?
No, the only thing that would be close to that would be Ms. Seals. Ms. Seals was previously a dean. I think in describing what's going on is we've also eliminated some dean positions and pushed them into the classroom. I do agree that there's obviously some communication that needs to be had as far as how the school operates, and we'd be willing to do that. But again, I stand by that. I think we have to reorganize the structure of the laboratory school in order for us to be efficient and to continue to raise test scores. So in doing something like me being present to defend this action today, we need competent people to be able to make sure that what happens at the school actually is happening.
I don't have enough of a comfort level, quite frankly, to vote against that. I think it's a title deal, and I would love to see us come back and afford him an opportunity to justify what he's trying to do here.
Well, the sense of the
So
motion,
just wipe it up.
yeah, the sense of the motion of having to permit that, because all you're doing is removing it.
Right.
All you're doing is removing it from this list.
Oh,
But now, and the other thing is, we need to see some clear definition of these positions, because your school is just simply too small to justify having that many principals where along the line that I think you intended, because it looks like it's an over bureaucratic process.
I have a question. Is there an organizational chart? In the past, there was one person in prior to this. Are you going back to a chart that was held previous years?
Yes,
Bringing that up?
that's
And
absolutely.
I know recently with the last administrator we had, that there was one person that was there. But there was a structure that was set in place. Those positions were there, but they weren't being filled. So you're coming in trying to fill those budgeted positions right
That's
now?
exactly what's going on. That's exactly what's going on. In the past, there was one person that was doing all of those functions, which made us inefficient as a school. What I'm trying to do is go back to the original model so that we can be more efficient and delegate those day-to-day duties, those big picture duties that have to happen in order to effectively run the school.
You got more children in my kids' kindergarten class. That he wants to make himself a glorified superintendent with 2 principals, with 400 students.
I don't see
Really?
You're saying there's an intent. I mean, that's fine. If that's not an intent by this individual to come in and say that's what he wants, that was a chart that was there prior to the last administrator. He changed the whole thing. The money was there. It was not being utilized. He's simply coming back saying, I want to create positions to be more efficient. He's not creating any more money.
Mr. Fundy, with all due respect to you, sir, I respect the gentleman from Lake Charles, but a director, 2 principals, and 400 students, really? That's a kingdom over there.
That's him trying.
Well, 1 principal, maybe be some assistant.
That's what that's why we're trying to get back to where we were. And maybe Dr. Brown can speak up this for me.
Let me help this discussion a bit here a second. It seems to me that in order to get what you want, you need to provide to this board some more clarity on the relationship of each of those positions to the goals and duties and responsibilities that you've outlined, which we've not seen, because no one saw that coming. And so to prepare for the future, it doesn't disengage these people. Fact is, by virtue of appointment authority given to a president, such people can continue to serve in such positions until we either approve or reject them, which means coming back at the next meeting and bringing such a plan. And I'm sure you will go through Dr. Brown in the process of doing so. Dr. Brown, is there anything you want to add to all of this? Because this school, I believe, is under your authority.
It's under the School of Education, through the Office of the Provost. This, as Dr. Fondell said, this is a return to the structure that existed before the last director. What has not been explained, I do hear, and Mrs. Smith and I talked about it, and I hear you, Mr. Clayton, Mr. Lawson, that the number of students at the school is small, which makes it look challenging. I think the titles may be challenging. I'm not sure what Nadia Seal's current compensation is or what the adjustment is. I'd have to look at the EAF. But the reality is, as Ms. Smith knows and Dr. Gaines, in K-12 education, there are differences in the management of elementary schools and high schools. Elementary schools have one-day attendance. High schools have set by class session attendance. The grading is different, SN plus A, B, C, D. How that operationalizes has changed over the last, I think the last record was there 3 or 4 years. This was an attempt by the new incoming director to return to the way the lab school used to be run. But that was clearly at a time when there was a different end of students. So the question that I hear the board asking that I'll take back to the College of Education is, given the number of students and the virtual high school, can the school go back to the way it was, or do we have to consider a modified structure? And I don't have an answer, but I'll work with them to get you an informed answer. I don't want to guess it.
Question?
Yes.
I'm calling for it.
Call it. Okay. Question is called. The motion is a substitute motion on the floor. The substitute motion is to remove items 1, 2, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, and 21 from the list, approving the rest of the positions on there. And was the second, call for question that require a second. So let's vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you very much. Okay, we go now to item F3, I believe it is. Yes. F3, approval of medical leave or absence with pay 3 months or longer, A, B, and C, as well as approval of leave of absence with pay months or longer. There's only one person. Can we get a motion in effect on 3 and 4? Been moved in second.
Question on
Been moved in second, and we got 3 and 4 questions.
Mr. Chancellor. Yes, sir. Why do you need a leave of, I understand the medical leave, so I'm for that 3. But why does one need a leave of absence with pay, Russell Jones, for 3 months or longer? 3 months or longer, how long is it?
It's essentially for the semester. We have it.
What's his reason?
Here's the reason is because of the flooding in this house. Apparently it lost everything, and other issues that he's trying to resolve. He did not feel he could devote himself as a faculty member for the semester.
So now listen, I am 100% sympathetic with flood victims. Brandon Wood, I'm dating him, he tore somebody's house for free. He was there, he got somebody's house, so we didn't know that. But he has insurance, and they're gonna pay to build his house, and
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure he does. I can't speak to that.
but it's not personal, but I say you got insurance, and you want us to pay you while you go get your house out for 6 months.
Yeah, that's not.
Well, I don't, no, I can't speak to the insurance.
Well, I don't care about the insurance, I wanna know, so he's offering a flood, and for us to pay him for 6 months. There are people out there with no insurance, let's say that have done, how many people want us to pay him 6 months while he, I guess, he does his house?
Well, what I wanted to do, Mr. President, is I wanted to be sensitive to the needs of my employees. I talked to each and every employee who have had issues. We tried to work through all those issues. At the time that this occurred, we were dealing with several things. Number one, we have a lot of students that have lost their head. We've talked to each and every student.
Let me ask you this, so we pay these, we gotta pay him.
The pay, it amounts to essentially, as I understand it, and I check the policies, we don't have a policy not allowing this type of leave. And the other thing is that the pay would be 75% of the amount. Okay, well, the PAF, I think, says 75. Or it does have annual leave.
My question to you, Mr. President, is my question. What stops all of our faculty who've been injured by this flood for us paying them while they go gut their house? Because I asked him why. He said because of the flood, his house. And I trust him, sympathetic to that. But do we set that precedent? Can I make something?
Item 3, A, B, and C.
Second.
Been properly moved and second, substitute motion to approve item 3A, B, and C. Call for the question. Those in favor, let it know by sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. So I have it. Now we have item 4.
Not passed, actually.
Second. Been properly moved and second that we not approve item 4. Those in favor of aye. Those opposed? Yes. Question.
Point of item is to approve leave with pay. You change the motion.
You have to make a motion.
I think you make a motion and then vote against it. Either make a substitute motion on the motion is spread.
Yes. I'm sorry, the president would like to say something.
If I may, Mr. Chair, can I ask Lester Bouchot to come forth? And I say that because there was a recent declaration that we extend to employees special leave in light of the impact on the flood for them. Original administration.
Yeah, we've extended a special leave of 2 weeks, 1 to 2 weeks for some of our employees. This is a semester. This individual could take a sabbatical.
They're not answering the question. Now, where did this policy come from that you're doing this under?
But the policy, we extended leave for people.
What authority did you extend that leave for the purpose you're talking about here? That's the question on the floor.
No, I didn't extend it.
Well,
be clear, that's supposed to go.
I said, the president was saying one thing, but you addressed something else, so I just want to get
Yeah,
it clear.
you're giving special leave. Go ahead.
Excuse me, the policy that he's speaking to is coming from an executive order from Governor Evans that said that we should be able to afford people special leave for unclassified employees, as well as there was a directive from the civil service that said we should also afford people special leave. The circumstance in which Professor Russell accumulated a large amount of annual leave when he was an administrator. He has now gone back to the classroom, and he will either get paid for that when he retires, or he chose, as I understand it, to take the leave to assist him with his house. So it's annual leave he has, it's just not leave. Most professors do not have annual leave, and the reason he has leave to take as far as to take off with pay is that he's one of the few professors that has annual leave.
But he's not using that leave.
No, that's
What you're telling me
he's using that leave. He's using his annual leave.
But you said, yeah, that's the annual leave with pay.
Well,
You can, that is not consistent with our policy. What she's saying is our policy provides that the board can approve anything over 30 days, the board has to approve leave on. Under 30 days, president system can provide that leave, annual leave. So if he was taking it under that, the problem is this exceeds what the president is allowed to do, which means he has to come to the board. So
Why can you fix that?
well, he could. There is a policy that allows for people to take a sabbatical rest and respite. But in the sabbatical policy, there's also an allowance for you to get paid if you have appropriate leave.
Would the sabbatical be better than having taken an absence with leave of us paying? Would the sabbatical be better? The best interest of the students?
No.
No, I think that, like the chairman says, over 30 days, you guys can approve it.
It would actually be better for him to do this. The reason being, if he takes sabbatical, the school has to pay for everything, and he keeps his leave. If he has sufficient sabbatical leave and sufficient rationale for that purpose, he certainly has a right to ask for it. Under the circumstances, what he's giving up is his leave to do so. It's not like we're just paying him. He's giving up his leave to do it.
This is going against this.
As opposed to someone who requests a leave, who has no sabbatical, that would pay. People have done that.
Under the sabbatical, you'd be like an employee every day, rather than on leave.
But now you got, what's the number?
Sorry?
It could be 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, what's the number?
The number here would be for the semester, so it would.
So what's the semester?
Semester ends in December, so it would start August 15th and end January 1. Essentially, it is for the fall semester.
Can I call for a question on the original motion?
Sure, can you restate the original motion? The pass it. Okay. Now, the original motion says that in essence, he can use his annual leave to whatever reason. He doesn't really have to do it as a plug or not, and every employee is entitled to do that. Right? So that's not the same thing as not taking a leave but asking for a sabbatical.
So, for point of clarification for me, so in terms of setting a precedent, all of our employees with leave can take leave with pay, and in essence, just set out this fall semester, of which I hate. I would hope that didn't happen. But they can do that.
If we approved it, but I thought this board would do something like that. Here we're talking about one person. Yeah, we're only talking about one person. I don't say any about the school starts right away, they got to replace him or provide some interim, and they need that information. And I'm no longer objecting to that for that purpose. I mean, you can do that. Okay, back to the original question. Move to approve item 4 as stands. All those in favor, they don't sign aye. Aye. Those opposed, so have moved. Item G, recruitment admissions. Dr. Gaines?
Thank you, sir. Make sure the record reflect that I voted no to that other.
I do.
No, afterwards, you see it loud enough. Let the record reflect that I wasn't for.
We're now at item G, recruitment and admission. This is an information item only. In June, we gave you an update on the enrollment. I've asked that we get an update this month, recognizing that final numbers will not be available to us until September.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Gaines. I think the campuses are prepared to make brief presentations, give you an update to their enrollment. And we will begin that process with Dr. Lisa Devezine, representing Southern University in New Orleans.
Good morning. Presently, we have an enrollment of approximately 2,400. We're still in the process of enrollment.
Through when?
Today is the last day of registration, and we've extended late registration to Monday.
How does that compare with last year this time?
Mr. Chair,
I'm sorry.
I think we have a handout already, and that information that you, with the information. You don't have it for the other candidates?
I think the board would be interested from all of the campuses to give an update as to where we are now in terms of head count. And if you would extrapolate that, compare that to where you were this time last year, such that they could get a better appreciation of our progress going forth at this particular time. So.
Last year, we were at 2,700 at this time.
Now,
2473 right now.
Okay. Dr. Ellis, would you like to reflect on your enrollment today?
Yes. Currently, we have 2,600 students enrolled for the fall. This compares to 3,174 last year at this time. However, the discrepancy is primarily with our dual enrollment students. That process typically goes a little longer into the semester. It also, the discrepancy is with the Connect students at Baton Rouge and New Orleans because that registration process was delayed because of the flood. So we're actually tracking slightly above last year in enrollment, but we do have an aggressive campaign to convert unpaid students to paid students, which we believe will also help to increase the number that are enrolled.
What is that number again?
Was right now 2,671 compared to 3,174, but that's largely the discrepancies because of dual enrollment, Connect, and in fact we believe it will be higher than last fall once all is said and done.
What is your enrollment at?
3,174.
Thank you. Good morning. The Law Center at this time, we have 590 students in terms of schedule. 526 have paid.
Who's the number again, please?
We have 590 with schedule. So these are students who have registered. What we've done is we've broken down how many have paid so far, and we have 526 that are paid at this particular moment. So there are going to be some additional students paying today and through the weekend. So we anticipate getting to that number. Last year at this time, we had 612. We are down approximately 22 students. And most of that is reflected with the first year class because again, the national trend of law schools, fewer and fewer students are applying to law schools. We have 187 new first year students as compared to 212 new first year students from last fall. Okay. Thank you. Dr. Miller, would you represent SUBR?
Good morning. Passed out, trust me, each of you have the handout relative to our fall enrollment numbers broken down by our paid students compared to enrolled students for fall 15 compared to fall 16. As you know, because of the flood, our registration, the commencement of our registration was delayed 1 full week. Ordinarily, we would have had 1 full week of registration starting on the 15th. And we would have registered throughout that full week. This year, classes started on the 22nd, as did registration. So we're battling the first day of class being running concurrent with the registration period. Whereas in years past, we have begun registering a week before, physical registration, a week before classes began. The numbers are, in terms of enrolled students, paid students, in terms of paid students, we're at 319 less than we were this time last year. And in terms of enrolled students, we are up roughly 309 students more than we had last year, students with schedules. So all boots on the ground, our staff is working diligently, going to classrooms, going to dormitories, identifying these students. There are an additional 416 students that currently have been awarded enough financial aid to complete the registration process, but they have not yet done that. There are another 703 students who have had academic appeals that have been approved who are still working through the registration pipeline. Dr. Favero is not here, but his office, in conjunction with Enrollment Management, this year launched the QLIS JAG-Q initiative, which hopefully have not received as many calls as you have in years past. Students can use their smartphones, log into financial aid, it puts their name into a queue. They can go back to their dorm rooms, the library, or to class and continue their studies and taking care of their academic business instead of waiting in the gymnasium to see financial aid counselors all day. And about 15 minutes before that student needs to be seen, they get a text message and an email that advises them to report back to the gymnasium to take care of their financial aid business. That has worked extremely well for us this year, so I'd like to thank Dr. Fairbrother and his team for helping us get that done. Also, there are the 20 for 20 scholarship that is facilitated by my office in conjunction with SGA, the Chancellor's Office scholarship, and the foundation scholarships that collectively provide over $100,000 of support to our students each semester have not yet been posted to students' accounts. So when that happens, and that's all attributed to the delay relative to the flood. So once all of those things occur, we're optimistic that many more students will complete the registration process, and we will be consistent with last year or above what we were in terms of total.
What's been the implications for that flood on the SUSLA Connect project?
The dates were pushed back, but in terms of registration, Ms. Leggett and her team are actually there now. They were yesterday, completing SUSLA Connect registration on the campus. I do not have the final numbers. I will admit my interest has been watching these Baton Rouge numbers, trying to get them to balance, but the SUSLA Connect team is there on the ground registering students.
No idea what's in the pool, no idea. I'm sorry. Can you make a couple phone calls and find out?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Grimmett, what's your assessment from last year to this year on how the registration process has been handled, and what were some of the improvements, as well as some of the things that you think we may need to work on in the future? Because I have received fewer calls, and there was absolutely no indication that there were widespread issues like there have been, there were years ago. I'd just like to get your take on that.
The most prevalent issue that we face each year, and is consistent this year, is getting students to respond to our request for missing information to complete their awarding of their financial aid. We send out what's referred to internally as an MIL, which is a missing information letter. That goes out 2 or 3 times daily from the Office of Student Financial Aid from the date we receive their FAFSA application, which is due on March 31st for the following year. And we just have struggles. We have purchased a text messaging system, we do emails, we do calling folks, but we still face challenges getting students to turn in the information that's required to award them their financial aid package, most commonly as it relates to tax transfers and tax returns for their parents. The greatest improvement, as I mentioned, has been financial aid. It has always historically been where the lines have been as a result of what I just discussed. So this Q-List initiative, this JAG-Q, Dr. Belton came over several times, but just the other day we were there in the gym, and everybody's thinking their registration is closed because there's not, normally in years past, it just looked like a basketball game in Seymour Gymnasium. Both sides have been filled. But this year, on average, about 10 to 15 students are there waiting as a result of receiving notification to come and be serviced by our counselors. So that is something that we're extremely proud of, and it's proven to be effective this year.
Mr. Clayton, registration unknown?
Yes, sir. The last day of the annual job classes.
I didn't hear, I apologize.
Registration ongoing.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. The last day to add job classes is September the 2nd, and the census date, which is the 14th class day, is September 13th. And we are working with students. Many have demonstrated or informed us of financial challenges associated with the recent events in Baton Rouge. So we are extending ourselves and trying to make provisions as much as humanly possible to accommodate them, working with business and finance, Mr. Pugh and Mr. Clinton, to allow payment plans and deferred payments to those students who have been adversely affected.
My follow-up question to that is, I read in the paper somewhere that we were going to have this enormous influx of new students. Have we seen that?
No, sir. Based on the applications, and we stated that in that particular article that you were talking about, our applications were up, but our incomplete applications were also up. Students did not, whether it be a shot record, immunization record, whatever it is, we were not able to, we have not enjoyed the success this year as we have in past years in getting students to submit that information to fully admit them. We admitted more students to the university than we did last year, about 130 more. First-time freshmen were admitted this year, but they have not converted into students that had enrolled at the institution in the fall semester.
Do did you project your budget on those high numbers that Dr. Dumas and folks put in the budget? I mean, in the paper that we were gonna have, did you set your budget based on a projected number of new students? And if so, are you going to fall short of that number?
Yeah, I think we projected the budget was bad right now. Projected based on-
Speak loud, Mr. McKinney, please.
The budget for the Baton Rouge campus was projected based on only a 100 student increase.
You're really conservative, I guess. They were saying dollars, you do just a hundred. It's the budget.
That's not a question for me. I just want to say that a lot of students are going to be facing challenges, whether directly and indirectly. I would hope, and I don't know if there's something in place to be able to deal with that. A lot of people have been affected by the storms that have come in the area. And sometimes it can give students that, you know, I'm going through this and I can't quite get through it. I would hope that our administration, through our teachers on the SUBR campus, are in a position where they, I want to say somewhat sympathetic to the challenges that these students are going to be going through. A lot of them are first-time students that will be leaving away from home. And the homes that they may be leaving are damaged homes. So they have concern for their parents back home and other things. And it can be an excuse to say, you know what, I just can't give my best. So I would hope that there's something that may be in place that can address it. I would go as far as to have some type of, I don't want to say it, maybe a curve or something to that effect, where we're able to deal with the challenges that we're going to be facing moving forward in the semester.
Yes, I want to point out that this flood has really affected a great number of our employees and students. I think we're still doing an assessment, but we've already identified that just short of 30% of our faculty on the faculty and staff on the Baton Rouge campus has been affected by this flood. And it's really having an effect on the degree to which we are able to be as efficient as we would hope. I want to say to you, though, that we are looking for looking to try to bring more assistance to bear for our faculty and students. The Southern University Foundation established, for example, a flood relief fund. I'm really pleased to let you know that we have been working with Leslie Baskerville with NAFIO, and just this morning she gave me indication that based on our request that we may be recipients of up to $500,000 of aid to fund that relief fund. We are also looking at other offerings. She was, and NAFIO was instrumental in bringing considerable relief to HBCUs during Katrina. And so we're taking that very same model to try to bring those type of resources to that group. So I'm hopeful that we'll have something definitive by Monday that would help support faculty, staff, and students as they make this transition.
Thank you. Are there any questions, Mr. Pandel?
I just want to say also, there were a lot of people that were housed at the mini dome, and the president and his staff facilitated the housing of a lot of folks within our community. And I just wanted to, I know a lot of folks put in a lot of extra time outside of their regular time. So I just wanted to commend them on that also, because it affected a lot of folks, and obviously affected the staff here also. So just thank you for that.
Mr. President, I'm going to request that at our September meeting, when we get the final numbers, to make sure we get them from all campuses at the September meeting.
Yes.
At our June meeting, Mr. Lawson raised a question. We were focusing on recruitment, admission, and enrollment. It seemed like we get handled on that and we're showing progress. The question comes that there are two other components that are missing. That is retention and graduation rate.
and I had a brief conversation with Dr. Jonas last night on how can we close the loop and have all 5 components be monitored and reported on a regular basis. And I recognize now that there are other departments that are involved when you get to graduation rate and retention. But I think that would be helpful, and then we'll have the loop closed on all 5 major components that's going to drive when the student gets his freshman, he or she graduates.
If you like, Dr. Gaines, we can offer you some information or a presentation from each of the campuses speaking to our retention efforts. Just last month, I believe the system actually endeavored to bring all the campuses together, a system-wide seminar that took place in New Orleans, where we talked about best practices, hosted speakers, with the aim of as a system, bringing more focus on retention efforts. And I'm aware that each of the campuses have adopted first-year experiences and things of that nature. So we could, if it's your desire, we can make that presentation at the next board.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, if I may, Dr. Gaines,
Where are you?
as a follow-up, as well as
Oh, Dr.
as
Jonas,
a
I'm
follow-up
sorry.
to Attorney Clayton's question to your recent comments about retention, if you noticed in the continuing undergraduate column of the handout, there are currently 641 continuing students, an increase, and 641 continuing students more than they were this time last year. And I think that speaks directly to the intensified efforts that have been placed on our retention strategies. So that is a glimmer of hope.
Thank you. Are there additional questions? Hearing none, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Gaines, and now we go to the final item on the agenda prior to the finals interviews. To remember our understanding, is SU with the Marshall Fund, Mr. President.
Yes, this is an exciting opportunity for Southern University of Baton Rouge, and I'd like Dr. Stubblefield, if he would come and just kind of highlight this opportunity. As you know, Dr. Stubblefield served as Vice Chancellor for Research and Strategic Initiatives on the SUBR campus. Dr. Stubblefield.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, board members. This type of project with Thurgood Marshall actually addressed some of the things that board member Gaines was alluding to in terms of retention efforts. We believe this particular project with Thurgood Marshall provides one of the guiding tenets of our new mission statement, which is creating leaders. So this particular handout I'm passing out to you now, you'll see specifically how the 4 priorities that we've identified for our strategic plan, how the TMCF LEAD program, which is identified as leadership, entrepreneurship, and academic development leading, acronym LEAD, allow us to actually train our students to be more engaged into economic entrepreneurial development. One of the things I want you to see as well in terms of how Southern University is trying to take information that we're receiving, for instance, from the Louisiana Workforce Commission, from Louisiana Economic Development, how we're taking those 4 and 5-star jobs to actually push our students to these types of opportunities. We believe that the centers that we're involved in terms of strengths we're developing right now, in terms of social entrepreneurship, informed learning, integrated sustainability, digital innovation was actually a partnership that we're developing with Louisiana Technology Park. All these types of things provide these extra things our students need and actually provides training for them as well. The Thurgood Marshall TMCF LEAD program is one of the acting efforts of what we've actually identified in terms of our strategic priorities, enhancing the academic experience, strengthening core values, enabling community and local partnerships. In this instance, this partnership with Thurgood Marshall College, as well as strengthening core values. You look at the back of the sheet. One of the things I want you to know that we actually utilize in our funds in such a way that we're building out in this particular example space in our library, where we actually have our Thurgood Marshall LEAD program, as well as our student entrepreneurship program, in addition to one of the things we identified as the Thurgood Venture Center. One thing you're gonna like about that particular piece of it is that we actually are recruiting firms from Washington, D.C. for one example, and they will actually be hiring our students to work with them on our campus. But at the same time, the university provides them the necessary resources and resources to be more competitive in federal contracting. So this LEAD program is actually one of the first things we're doing to support those type of efforts. So today, I would actually favor consideration of this particular program. Thank you.
Is there, it's in the board packet, apparently. What he's passing out is about his organization.
Well, actually, what I wanted to show is make sure that even with the MOU that we provided to you, the very last one on the front page says the TMCFD program. So what you're actually approving is the MOU that supports that first piece of Southern University saying that we stated what our strategic plan is. This is now some of those particular strategic efforts. All right.
So we get a motion, we move to second that we approve the MOU. All those in favor, let know sign of aye. Aye. Those opposed? Aye. Now, we do have one other item as we approach taking a break, and it's going to be the resolutions. I'm going to ask the resolutions to be taken care of this time. After that, we will take a lunch break. And then after the lunch break, we will reassemble to do the interviews for the finalists for the chancellorship and the deanship in agriculture. And then we'll continue with the rest of our program. So at this time, we do the resolutions. President?
Yes. The Naomi Thelma Harrison Lowe family, Mrs. Lowe, mother of Mrs. Cynthia Lowe Tarver, retired director of Women's Studies and former director of Financial Aid at SUBR, and mother-in-law of Dr. Leon Tarver, chairman of the Southern University Board of Supervisors and president emeritus of the Southern University System, passed away on August 6, 2016 in Eunice, Louisiana. The Dr. Mervale Windsor Bracewell family, Dr. Bracewell, mother of Dr. Cheryl Taylor, chair of the graduate nursing program in the SUBR School of Nursing and Allied Health, passed away on August 21 in Athens, Louisiana. That concludes the resolutions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so very much, Mr. President. And now, if we will permit ourselves, I'd like the board members to treat to the dining rooms. I move for approving. I thought we already moved and seconded that. Second. Yeah, hold the resolution second. I apologize. It's been moved and seconded that we approve the resolution as read. Those in favor, let say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you very much. Yes, we are.
All right.
It's 11:20. We will return at 12:45. We're going to
That's what he did.
Wait, no, that might be. Take that. Y'all move me off the board. You move me out of my seat. I said,
Well, it's gonna happen.
it's gonna be a long.
You think?
Yeah, because you got that on the end there.
Oh.
Yeah, but good drive back. What do you do with
Thank you very much. We appreciate your attention. We're about to begin our interview sessions for the candidates for Chancellor and Dean in Agriculture. Our first candidate is standing outside. This will be the first public setting. We will invite each candidate in separately to give a 5-minute overview, after which we will ask questions. Following that brief period of time, we'll go into executive session, which we will ask everyone other than those connected with the board to leave. When we go into executive session, we stand outside. So at this time, I'd like to ask Dr. Adele Brown, who I believe is somewhere in the rear. If you could get Dr. Brown and escort him in, please. Well, will someone go to the door and just ask him? Oh, is he okay? I didn't know he heard us.
Got that water now, Doc.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Fine. Would you mind introducing yourself? We'll give you 5 minutes to give an overview of the candidacy for this position, after which board members will ask you questions, and after that interview session, we will go to an executive session when we ask everyone to leave other board members to get the more specific things not covered in the public section. So at this time, would you introduce yourself, tell us who you are, what you're about, and why you're pursuing this position, what it is you think you can do with it.
Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon, sir. To the members of the board, distinguished group, to Mr. President, to the audience. My name is Adele Brown, and I'm excited to be here this afternoon to present myself and my candidacy for the Chancellor of the Southern University Agricultural Research and Extension Center and the Dean of the College of Agriculture. And I come here and I walk in with this morning that this is a rare opportunity for me. I've not had an opportunity to sit before such a board to talk about who I am. But it's my pleasure because I've had an opportunity to do serious reflections on what this ought to be like and what I want to say this afternoon. And to that end, let's get started. I walk in with 40 years of experience. I've been with Southern University since its inception. I started out as assistant county agent working in Opelousas, Louisiana, working with small farmers. And from that degree, some 40 years ago, I moved up and held most of the ranks within the agriculture community at Southern University. I've been a specialist, I've been an ag agent, I've actually been a vice president for finance. I was there when Southern University started the Agricultural Research and Extension Center back in 2000. Saw the vision then and still see the vision is strong, and there's great opportunities within Southern University. I've been vice chancellor for research, and now I'm serving as the interim chancellor of at the Southern University Agricultural Center, and I've been doing that for years. So I've been in this business for a long time. And someone may ask, why do you want to be here? What is it that you see for Southern University? So let's talk about it. One is that I want to be there. Paul talked about it in his word. He said, I'm betwixt in between. I mean, I could go home and live a life of peace. I could go and be with Jesus. But I decided that there's a people out there that need us. And there's a struggling world out there, not for Southern University. These people will not be served. So let's be clear. Southern University has a very serious mission. And the Ag Center is part of that mission and a critical component of it. And sometimes we go, it doesn't seem to resonate at the level that sometimes we appreciate it. Let's think about America. America in 1865, they started what they call a land grant movement because America wanted to be great, but they knew it couldn't be great if it wasn't for the universities. People needed to have an opportunity to do good work, but they needed somebody to help guide that mission, to guide them. You know, we got young boys that live in dysfunctional families, going to school, underperforming schools, going to the communities there where there's no work and nothing. But for Southern University and our after-school program, Susie and John and all those people would not be able to do that. So we start off with 6th grade and we move them to middle school. Not for 4th grade, they couldn't get to middle school. Not for 8th grade, they couldn't get to high school. But Southern University Ag Center and the work we do provides them hope. And so you see the darkness of their eyes and you begin to see the light and hope. And you know that because Southern University is there, they now have hope that will be coming to Southern University. So we work with kids from 6 years old through college, through graduate school. A great opportunity. Farmers struggling to make a living with their families, homemakers, single mothers raising children without enough food, but we teach them how to buy food better, grow a garden, and that's a result of what Southern does, is better off. Southern University connected throughout the state of Louisiana, a great flag that Southern University can be proud of is flying. So as we think about where we need to go with Southern University, the Southern University Ag Center, and the College of Agriculture, we definitely need to move it forward. I mean, we can't rest on our past. Benjamin Franklin said that when change is finished, you'll finish. And so it's imperative that we continue to move. We can't throw away the past. We can't just make willy-nilly decisions, but it must be methodical and strategic. So we thought about the Ag Center, you know, Southern University College of Education, what it looks like to move from concentration, 6 concentrations to 6-degree programs. You know, people want to talk about capturing the past, but what they really want to talk about is capturing values, and values where people matter, and we had very scholarly people. So we moved to as we grow that college and grow the resources. So we're not offering a concentration in ag econ. We're offering a BS in agriculture economics. We're not offering a concentration in plant and soil science. We offer a degree in that. We can do it because we have now put together the College of Agriculture and the Ag Center. And this is not something that just happened. We put a position paper that the president used and presented to you all that demonstrated how we can leverage resources, not inappropriately, not illegally, but using the right measures to put that together. So we see great things happen. What about Southern University Ag Center? We in 34 parishes now. What would it look like when we was in 64 parishes? What would it look like if we had the Southwest Center for Rural Initiative, but now we got the Northwest Center for Rural Initiative. We got the Northeast Center for Rural Initiative. We got the Urban Center in New Orleans. And collectively, this system is now flying this flag all over the state of Louisiana, contrary to different from LSU, got experiment stations all over the community. But we now have our centers, and we're doing good work because our people are struggling and they need help. And, you know, so I'm here to offer myself to be your chancellor, to be your dean, to do the work of this president and this system and see the vision that Southern University has for the system, and to see the Southern University Agriculture Research and Extension Center and the college being a part of that vision. So, you know, I've done all the work. I've done all the education preparing. I've taken all the leadership training. I've been in the salt mines, bringing up the salt day in and day out. And I'm ready to continue to move the charge.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'd like to take any questions from any board member. Ask me. I have one question. Oh, yes, are you ready? Yes, sir.
Yeah. Give us your 3-year plan for improvement in the following areas: student recruitment and enrollment, fundraising and fund development, employee morale, and since we have an educational component, alumni relations. Your 3-year plan.
Give me those three categories again.
Yes, sir.
Student recruitment, retention.
And enrollment, recruitment and enrollment, but you can add retention to that if you like. Fundraising, fund development, employee morale, and alumni relations.
My 3-year plan for student recruitment. At this point, I think it's critically important to recognize where we are so that we build realistic goals and expectations. At this point, we have put on paper that there is a College of Agriculture, that we pulled it out of the College of Sciences, but it has not been constructed yet. So our first goal is to construct it, and we understand what our enrollment is. But as far as recruitment is concerned, I think the first thing we talked about in our plan, and the first thing we think has to be put in place, we have to carve out some money. And I think we know how to do that, to get a full-time recruiter that can then go out. And so the recruitment is going to be 2 phases. One phase is that we got county extension faculty in 34 parishes who can then serve as on-site mini recruiters who will do the work, but we will have a full-time recruiter working in conjunction with the recruitment and admissions office at Southern University that does the work, that covers the state of Louisiana, but also as we galvanize and is connected with alumni affairs. We have wonderful and fine, well-accomplished alumni in agriculture and family consumer sciences all over the world. I'm called by Chicago quite often. I'm recruiting up home. So we will make all of those connections. Our plan won't be that different from the plan that's in place at with the National Alumni. The difference is that we have employees who would then carve out some time for space and time at their particular location that would do the recruitment. So as a result of that, we expect to grow the enrollment in 3 years at least 2-fold. And so retention, I want to talk very quickly about retention. I'm old school. I've been studying teaching economics and studying with students, and I understand that we don't put the attention to the students. I know students are grown. My grandson just went to college, and he tells me he's grown. But somehow we've got to pay greater attention to. We got to use this Snapchat and tweet and all this good stuff. We got to put up a situation. We're going to start in middle school on this too. But we have students that we actually connect them to professors from early on so they get the mentoring, so that there won't be any doubt that we got a pipeline to Southern University. If a kid, many times we have children now who the first time at Southern came through the extension service. They stayed with us 6 or 7 years, some as high as 10 years. They have no other idea but Southern University, and we get them there. So as we continue to strengthen these pipelines, there's no limit to what we can do with the cooperation, support of this board, and in the administration to make this great thing good. Fundraising, let's talk about it a minute. I mean, there are 3 components that I think are critically important to fundraising. First of all, we've built a philanthropist attitude within the Ag Center now where people give to Southern University. They give to ag program. We have an account that our faculty employees give to that. We also started under my interim position, my first 6 months in, we created a gala. I mean, something small, but we brought the president and others, invited some of you out there. And with the relationship I have with the casino down in the back roads, I went to them and said, we need to do something big and great, and Southern need to be part of it. And they gave me the food and stuff. So it helped us leverage that into raising over $10,000 that could be used for scholarships. So at this point, with anticipation of taking over the College of Agriculture, we already have started fundraising. The other thing I think is critically important to fundraising, we've got to figure out how to have a dedicated person who helps coordinate grant writing and contract. Many times we get into a grant writing, we put a team together, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, slippage start, take place, oh God, we ain't gonna make it, we ain't gonna make it, man, I thought we had enough time. And we've got to drive that. The other thing that we have not done, and I did it when I was in Mississippi, when I served as a vice president, we went to New York, we spent time at AT&T, we went to the Ford Foundation, we went to the Rockefeller Foundation, and we collected projects and grants, and we came back with money trying to bridge the great digital divide. People understand poverty, and we've got to tell the story, we've got to paint the picture, and we've got to do it collectively. It takes the whole energy. So Southern University's fundraising is part and parcel of what you do, what the president does. I have to, if I'm going to be successful, the president, I've got to buy into his vision, he's got to support it, and likewise with the board. Employee morale, in order to improve employee morale, understanding that everybody wants money. I mean, everybody's come to me, if you get to be chancellor, you're going to give me some money. And I'm saying, well, you know, I get to be chancellor, I hope they give me some money, I don't know. But the bottom line to that is, as we think about where we want to go, the two things we did already, we created, serious business, we created a research awards program where we award researchers who do well, who bring in money to that. And you know, Dr. Mason and others have had that, and we supported it. But in addition to that, for the first time in December with the gala, we created a staff award where we gave awards to 2 staff members who had gone above the duty and responsibility to show faculty, but to show staff that you're critically important, that everybody that works in the Ag Center is important, and that if everybody's important, it's only when everybody pulls together can we do what we need to get done.
Dr. Gaines?
Dr. Brown,
Yes, sir.
what core values do you bring to your profession? And give an example of how these core values are evident in your work.
Thank you, sir. Very, very, very fine question. I define my core values by my constraints, my limitations. When you think about core values, then what are your constraints? My constraints become those non-negotiable. An honest day's work for an honest day's pay. I mean, I don't plan to go to jail for anybody. Treat everybody with love. The bottom line is that I believe that people are important and absolutely essential. I mean, we're not gonna move this community unless we have people. Maybe you watched the movie about the guy who's created the computer. It says in that movie, you watch it very carefully, people won't help you if they don't like you. And so you have to value people. And I spend a lot of energy working, making certain that I value each and every person that works with us. And that what they do and what they say ought to be treated with respect and dignity. And that you get up every morning and go to work. I mean, that guides my principle. You know, I'm committed to the cause. I mean, I won't be on your team if I'm not committed to your team. I'm here today because I'm committed to Southern University, want to be on that team and think there's good work that can get done. That drives my every good morning.
Thank you.
Can you tell me a little bit about your experience with the legislature, governmental relations? I know you've done some stuff in the past. Can you speak on that?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I have extensive experience with the government, not only in Louisiana, but the government in Mississippi, and I've had extensive experience with Washington, D.C. Let's talk about it. Under Dr. Tarver's administration, I started serving as the Southern University Ag Center's liaison to the legislature and worked with that team for the life. During his administration, I have continued to work with that administration, work through other administrations, working with the legislature. I know the appropriation and funding person who's an agriculturalist. I know the secretaries of the chairmen of finance. I know the chairmen of agriculture. I work hard and also work very well with the Commission of Agriculture. And I've gone down there and lobbied for money and lobbied for, and been successful in making certain that the Ag Center is very successful. Have working part of the team to do that. When I was in Mississippi as a vice president for economic development and planning, I was actually a registered lobbyist with the state of Mississippi and carried Mississippi Valley's legislative agenda to Jackson. But also in both capacities, I managed the federal affairs, federal relationships. Many universities have an office, actually has an office in Washington, D.C. One of the first things Dr. Belton and I did when he became president is that we went to Washington, D.C. and I introduced him to many of the Louisiana congressional delegation and talked about the land grant and the 125th year celebration in ways that they could help not only the Ag Center, but how they could help Southern University. And I suspect when he talks to you about that, he'll tell you that was a great experience and that was a great opportunity to demonstrate the connectivity between you. You can't just walk to the hill, you gotta know how to get there.
No further public questions. At this time, we'd like to go into executive session. The Southern Board of Supervisors will be in executive session to discuss personnel matters, qualifications of any other opportunities of candidates for Chancellor of the Southern University Ag Center and Dean of the College of Agriculture in such a matter. Our executive session will be meet with its staff, attorneys, and other persons deemed necessary. No votes or other actions will be taken while in executive session.
So with that, we ask our audience to depart as we close the door and go into executive session. Thank you very much.
procedure. The next candidate, I'm sorry, we can't hear.
You're on your job, man.
Mr. Chair, while we're working on the sound, may I respectfully make a suggestion to the honorable chair?
Before I finish saying what I'm going to say, no, please go on.
Why don't we take the remaining two candidates, let them both give 5-minute presentations? And then once we've heard from both of them, then we can convene respective executive sessions on both of them.
Yeah, then we can do that, but what we should do is allow each person to do that separately from the other person.
Right.
Still do the same session. Yeah. So let's have Dr. Lyles come, but allow our last candidate to remain sequestered.
The record reflected, Reverend Palmer agreed with me on the record.
How do you know that?
And for everything said.
Second, you know it because I said it.
Braylon, what we're going to do, I don't know if you know where the other, pardon? I'm sorry, please, Dr. Lyles, right here. Braylon, the next candidate, would you keep that person in another room? And what we're going to do is as soon as he makes his 5-minute statement, then we're going to have the other person come in, and then we're going to our executive session, so people want to move the ones that are twice, okay? Thank you very much. Good afternoon. As you know, this is our final interview with our candidates. We are going to permit you to give us a 5-minute overview of who you are, what you're all about, your vision of this position, what it is, why you think you're the person for this position. After you do that 5-minute presentation, we're then going to ask the other candidate to come in and give a 5-minute presentation. After which we're going to go into executive session. When we go into executive session, you'll be in here with the board members alone. The other candidate will be in another room. And we'll take that person last. During the executive session, we will answer certain questions we will not come in the public sector. After that, we'll move on to the final candidate so we can conclude these interviews. All right with you? Yes, sir. Okay, can you reintroduce yourself, sir, and tell us who you are and what you're all about and consider those principles.
Thank you for this opportunity. Many of you I had an opportunity to meet last night. For those I didn't, again, let me say thank you for allowing me to come and talk about what I bring to this position. I'm Ira Lyles, native of Mississippi, central part of the state. Grew up on a small multi-purpose farm. There, mostly cotton, some livestock. Attended Alcorn State University, Mississippi State University, and The Ohio State University. I've had a long career, 34 years, in various positions, starting from a county extension agent in Mississippi, district director, extension administrator, associate vice president, currently serve as dean and director of land grant programs at my alma mater, Alcorn State University. This position is a very attractive one for a couple of reasons. One, the combination of all of the land grant functions into one person so that they can look at how do they best put those elements together. Two, Southern position in HBCUs as having a long track record of being one of the premier institutions among HBCUs. And third, I think it would be the team effort that Dr. Belden is building to be a part of that team atmosphere so that we can offer services and benefit in an academic setting to benefit our students all across this nation, but indeed, particularly here in the state of Louisiana. Why Ivory Lyles is a question that board members, you must be considered. One, his energy level, his ability to get things done. Two, his background, training, the varied experiences that he has had at 6 land grant institutions across this nation. Third,
his love of agriculture from the time of growing up, working on the farm, and being engaged in it from all avenues and all aspects of it. Finally, let me say the moral character that you would need and seek in a chancellor. I bring because of my background in rural Mississippi. I grew up in a strong, structured family that faith was critically important. Family man, father of four, grandfather of four. So a positive role model for the young people, and a love and an opportunity to leave a legacy that my kids and grandkids will certainly be proud of. That is why I sit before you, and I look forward to the questions that you may present.
Mr. Attorney Clay, consistent with your earlier request, I guess we will now have time for us to invite and hear a discussion.
Yes, yes, I'm respectfully asked to bring the other candidate in. Listen to him, and then we'll ask personal questions in private session.
Thank you very much. You will wait outside for the candidate to stay, and then we'll bring you back in for session. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's going on and bringing all this candidates.
Glad you referred to know what Tony Clayton would do in third person instead of chicken. You got that? I had to tell him he wasn't paying us. He wasn't paying. Tony Clayton's ready to get on the road. You want to know what Tony Clayton was going to get on the road? You later, Tracy. Bro. Refer to yourself in third person. Yeah, Robin, what? Chancellor, when I open up fitness here. Chancellor, when I open up fitness here.
They'll be just so you guys.
You got to shut him in the head. Oh, yeah. And Mr. Brackett say thank you for helping me with his dad with those 3-ounce coats. And I wasn't that serious about that, the budget. You just get 12 on. Good job. Yeah, I was serious about the budget down there.
I want to commend you.
You got a good budget for it. We go from 12 ounces to 3 ounces. And you can finally hold a good man. It's not as tall as you are. Oh, I know that, boys. That's what counts there, boys. All right. Mr. Myers said that when it rains, you're always the last person to know. You get it short.
I like to commend this alive for that fine shirt.
Yeah, he's a quick shopper.
Very nice. Very nice shirt.
Mr. Lawson says, he and Mr. Myers sit on
You said morning?
Good afternoon, Dr. Field. How are you? Welcome to our final interview for supervisors. We are now going to give you an opportunity to take 5 minutes to tell us who you are, what you're all about, and why you think you're the person for this job. After you do the 5-minute interview, then we're going to go into executive session. In executive session, we're going to ask each of our candidates to come back in as we will deal with more intimate questions during that period of time. So this is just an introductory part. You are the final of the 3 candidates that we go through this process. Okay? So would you like to take this opportunity now and tell us who you are, what you've been doing since you've been waiting for so long? What did you do to get back to something?
My name is Bobby Fields. I obviously, as a graduate of Southern University, I've worked here for 12 years. I've been a part of the land grant system for almost 40 years. And I came back to Southern because I want to see it grow and develop beyond what it has grown in the past. And I think it's a tremendous opportunity for Southern to really be a permanent force within the land grant system. And having worked in the land grant system across extension, research, academics, and international programs for quite some time, I'm very familiar with it. I'm familiar with Louisiana's agriculture. I'm also familiar with approach throughout the state and the nation. And I'm ready to get to work.
When I asked you to introduce yourself, one of the things I said was to give you the opportunity to tell us why you think you're the person for this job.
But I think I'm the person, as I looked at the job description, it asks for a person that's very familiar with and very strong in the areas of teaching, research, extension, and international programs. I have had the opportunity to serve in all 4 capacities for, like I say, for almost 40 years. I started out teaching at Tuskegee University. I ended there as a research director of the Charter Rights College Recruitment Station, and associate director of the College Research Foundation. And from there, I came to Southern University as dean and director with tremendous experience and worked in the areas of academics as well as research. I went to Florida A&M University, gained some additional experience across all land grant program areas. And I feel that with those experiences, and those are the ones that you say you want, I am the strongest candidate, and I would welcome an opportunity to help grow not only Southern University, but all of its land grant programs.
Well, thank you so very much for that introduction. What we would like to do now is to go into executive session. So I would like to include both of these in the same one. We need a motion to go into executive session. It's something which the Board of Supervisors may meet in the executive session to discuss personnel matters. The qualification of both Dr. Fields, Dr. Lyles as candidates for Chancellor of the Southern University Agricultural Center and Dean of the College of Agriculture, such a matter. While in executive session, the board may meet with the staff, attorneys, or other persons if deemed necessary. No votes or other actions may be taken while in the executive session. Is there a motion to go into executive session? Motion. Second. All those in favor, their names out of aye. Opposed? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you will join us and we will continue our executive session. I wish you a great night.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
The Southern Union Board of Supervisors met in executive session to discuss the qualifications of both Dr. Ivory Lyles and Dr. Bobby Fields. On the executive session, no motions were made, no votes taken. Is there a motion to reconvene in general session? So moved. Properly moved second. All those in favor, let me know on the sign of aye. Aye. Opposed, so have it. Now back to our agenda. In conclusion, I'm sorry. Excuse me, there's something I need to say. Let's get it started. Okay. We've just concluded our interviews with three very outstanding candidates for Chancellor and Dean at College, Southern University of Baton Rouge. At this time, we would like to ask the President of the Southern University System for his recommendation for the person to fill that post, after which we would expect a motion to effectuate the same.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. As the chair just made reference, we charged a search committee that represented stakeholders across the state and members of the faculties of both the Ag Center and the College of Agriculture to engage in a process that would result in delivering to this board three candidates. I believe that they fulfill that charge, and in so doing, provided for us to give consideration today and interviewing three ably qualified candidates who I believe share some very common attributes, who in effect, have enjoyed tremendous careers amongst land-grant institutions, and for the most part, each one of them, I think, will do an outstanding job in this role. My examination of those maybe intangibles have led me to recommend one of those three candidates, and I do so in the name of Dr. Ivory Lyles. I therefore ask consideration of this board in keeping with that recommendation.
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I move that we support the president's recommendation of Dr. Ivory Lyles as the next Ag Center Chancellor.
Second.
Properly moved second. We support Dr. Ivory Lyles as the next Chancellor and Dean of the Ag Center.
It would just give them just all in favor.
Roll call. Roll call is asked for.
Dr. Todd.
Yes.
Mr. Braxton.
Yes.
Attorney Trader.
Yes.
Ms. Franklin.
I stand.
Mr. Pondell. No. Dr. Gaines.
Yes.
Reverend Gann.
I'd like to preface my vote, Mr. Chair. I don't have any problem. I believe in supporting administration. I think on my almost 20-year history on the board, I've always tried to support administration. But I do have a problem when the last minute information comes up to sway the way the board members. So I think it's going to do it. It all ought to be done openly and fair. And I don't think that means this. I don't think it happened. And I think it's time for this board to really stand up and become a deliberative board and not rubber stamp something. My vote is no.
Reverend Henry.
Emphatically.
Sorry.
No.
Mr. Hilliard.
Yes.
Mr. Mr. Lawson,
Yes.
Attorney McGee,
No.
Mr. Small, Mr. Meyer,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Reverend Tolbert,
No.
Mr. Whitfield.
The motion that fails.
Again,
We got one person up. You got one board member, that's two board members. It fails. It fails.
that motion fails.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
due to the fact that that motion has failed, I would like to move that Dr. Fields will become the chancellor.
I second.
I've been moved and seconded to go to the front of the post. All those in favor, on time.
Roll call.
Yes. Dr. Tolbert,
No.
Mr. Braxton,
No.
Attorney Clayton,
No.
Ms. Franklin,
I abstain.
Mr. Fondell. Yes. Dr. Gaines,
No.
Reverend Gant,
Yes.
Reverend Henry,
Yes.
Mr. Hilliard,
Yes.
Mr. Lawson,
Yes.
Attorney McGee, Mr. Small, Mr. Meyer,
Yes.
Ms. Smith,
Yes.
Reverend Tolbert.
Yes.
That motion passes.
And so the board's vote is in favor of Dr. Bobby Fields. And perhaps we should invite Dr. Fields here to, open the return and so on. Does someone want to get on?
Next section, dude. That was my candidate all along.
Over there like a real lawyer. I let him know.
Tell me you called it.
You get out of here, man. Deep West Hope.
You ready to get out that chair?
Landslide by.
Dr. Fields.
Yes, sir.
The board of supervisors has just elected you as the next chancellor of the Ag Center and dean of the College of Agriculture. Congratulations. Would you like to address this interview at this time?
Thank you, God. Thank you, Lord. This is the happiest day of my life. I'm so glad to be here to serve my alma mater in the land grant constituents of this state. And I appreciate you all for everything that you've done to make this happen. And I assure you that I won't disappoint you. Land grant throughout the Southern University system, the nation and the world will be alive and hopefully prosperous. Thank you so much.
Is there anyone who would like to extend any comment to?
I do.
Oh, yes.
Dr. Fields, I hope that you make it a main initiative of yours with this marijuana piece. I think it's an opportunity second amendment. And so whatever resources that it takes, I think you come to us as a board, we'll stand behind and get behind you. But I believe we're at the cusp of something here with that marijuana project, and I hope that you take the bull by the horns and make sure that Southern
maximize its benefits from it.
I assure you, sir, I will, and I will keep the board apprised of it, and we will move forward together.
Mr. Bondale has something to present to you. You certainly want to be here.
I invited earlier, you knew who was gonna be the winner?
Mr. Congratulations, present you a life, serve all members of the board here. Listen.
Just regard to the Johnson family on top of that.
Okay. Are there any other items on our agenda? We can get our reports of the, that'll be all, yes, thanks. No, we have no, that'll be all. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Can you take a seat now? You're like,
Can you take a seat now?
oh, okay, yes.
I don't know when to say a date, if not, you'll get the doctor, go and work that out.
Yeah.
We need
Please. Let's give Dr. Fields another round of applause. Dr. Fields, you can take your rightful place at the table with your colleagues.
Next, we'll cover the reports by campus, President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I just wanted to offer my appreciation to the many employees and volunteers who convened on the campus of SUBR in reaction to the flood that took place a couple of weeks ago. As many of you are aware, we opened a shelter that ultimately housed as many as 439 residents of the General Baton Rouge area. And I guess we got a call that morning, and probably within 2 hours, we had staff in place, and we had an inordinate amount of volunteers who converged to provide some relief to those residents. So I just wanted to personally express my appreciation to them for their great work. Again, acknowledge the kind gesture of Southern University Shreveport and other agencies who are even now collecting items to help support families, employees, and staff and students as they continue to negotiate the aftermath of the storm. As I pointed out earlier, we have as many as just short of 30% of university employees who have been affected by this. We, through the leadership of the foundation, we established a flood relief fund to assist those families, those employees, and students. We are engaged with the USDA, working with NAFIA to try to identify additional resources to support those families in Baton Rouge. And quite frankly, we are optimistic that those additional resources will be made available to those families rather quickly. Lastly, I just wanted to express my appreciation to, first, congratulate Dr. Fields for this great distinction and submit to him my enthusiasm for wanting to work with him. And to express my appreciation to Dr. Ellis for hosting us over the last couple of days. I think the reception, you were very kind on the reception, and of course, during the hospitality today will long be remembered. Let's give Dr. Ellis and his staff a round of applause. So thank you all. That concludes my report, Mr. Chair. Yes, and so we would have reports from the campuses. And we'd start with Dr. Lisa Demasy.
Good afternoon. Southern University of New Orleans report is enclosed within your packet. There's no additional information at this time.
Again, good afternoon. I want to again thank you for allowing us to host you, but really want to thank my team here who worked extremely hard to ensure that this was a successful board meeting and reception, from our executive team to administrators, faculty, staff. It was a comprehensive effort, and a lot went on behind the scenes and ensure that this was a success. I want to thank them personally for what they did to make this event. If you will join me in giving them a round of applause. Just a couple more things. Last night, a couple of you may know that I was doing double duty. I stopped at a reception last night, but we were given a $10,000 scholarship for our healthcare programs, and which will fund 5 students in the nursing and dental hygiene programs. And again, David Raines here in Shreveport has been a tremendous supporter of the college for a number of years, as Dr. Belton knows, and we want to thank them for their gracious gift. And finally, on, most of you all know that for the last month or so, we have been planning an event to, continue to add to some funds for the Ray Belton Student Scholarship, and to officially send Dr. Belton a farewell from the Shreveport campus. But in light of the situation in Baton Rouge and South Louisiana, faculty and staff and a lot of folks came to me and said, we probably need to focus our efforts on lending a hand to that group during this particular time. And so we've decided to delay that event and focus our efforts on the Lend a Hand campaign that faculty and staff mentioned earlier. So we will be continuing to raise resources to support that effort, and we will be actually establishing a scholarship, one-time scholarship for either a Baton Rouge or South Louisiana student to come to SUSLA for those efforts. So if you're disappointed in the event, we will be rescheduling, but we felt in light of everything that's happening in South Louisiana, that's where we need to devote our time and our resources.
Good afternoon. The Law Center has submitted a report for your review. The only thing I wanted to add to it is that we have been working with South East Louisiana Legal Services Corporation to do 2 things: to establish a disaster recovery legal clinic and to do externships with them during this period, so that we can help a lot of the victims of appeals as it relates to human denials.
Mr. President, the campus in North Louisiana, that's still on the
Yes, we are still, in fact, I spoke to Mr. Buster McKenzie. He's still working on feasibility study. We've been working on that. We are trying to obviously deal with our most immediate needs right now, but yes, that is still something we are working on, as well as the LLM trial litigation program. So all those things we're working on there, but a little setback, but we're still working. Yes, sir.
The Southern University Baton Rouge campus report is in the book. We just highlight that the Southern University Baton Rouge campus won 4 awards at the HBCU Awards this year. The marching band, our professor, Dr. Stephen Dwyer, best professor. The laser interferometer gravitational wave observatory, which we call LIGO, won for best scientific collaborative. And student athlete Devin Gales won for best male athlete.
Is there any other business before us?
We cool.
See you next month.
What we gonna get, you want?
Hiya.